Dear wanderer, you've found Luna Lake. I am Myra, guardian of the moon's silent vows. Hang your weariness upon the pine bough by the door. Tonight, our tale will rise from the lake's deepest heart. The Pea Blossom. There were once 5 peas in one shell. They were green, and the shell was green, and so they believed that the whole world must be green also, which was a very natural conclusion. The shell grew, and the peas grew, and as they grew they arranged themselves all in a row. The sun shone without and warmed the shell, and the rain made it clear and transparent. It looked mild and agreeable in broad daylight and dark at night, just as it should. And the peas, as they sat there, grew bigger and bigger, and more thoughtful as they mused, for they felt there must be something for them to do. "Are we to sit here forever?" asked one. "Shall we not become hard, waiting here so long? It seems to me there must be something outside, I feel sure of it." Weeks passed by, the peas became yellow, and the shell became yellow. "All the world is turning yellow, I suppose," said they, and perhaps they were right. Suddenly they felt a pull at the shell. It was torn off and held in human hands. Then it was slipped into the pocket of a jacket, together with other full pods. "Now we shall soon be let out," said one, and that was just what they all wanted. "I should like to know which of us will travel farthest," said the smallest of the 5, "and we shall soon see." "What is to happen will happen," said the largest pea. Crack went the shell, and the 5 peas rolled out into the bright sunshine. There they lay in a child's hand. A little boy was holding them tightly. He said they were fine peas for his pea shooter, and immediately he put one in and shot it out. "Now I am flying out into the wide world," said the pea. "Catch me if you can." And he was gone in a moment. "I intend to fly straight to the sun," said the second. "That is a shell that will suit me exactly, for it lets itself be seen." And away he went. "We will go to sleep wherever we find ourselves," said the next 2, "we shall still be rolling onwards." And they did fall to the floor and roll about, but they got into the pea shooter for all that. "We will go farthest of any," said they. "What is to happen will happen," exclaimed the last one, as he was shot out of the pea shooter. Up he flew against an old board under a garret window and fell into a little crevice which was almost filled with moss and soft earth. The moss closed itself about him, and there he lay, a captive indeed, but not unnoticed by God. "What is to happen will happen," said he to himself. Within the little garret lived a poor woman, who went out to clean stoves, chop wood into small pieces, and do other hard work, for she was both strong and industrious. Yet she remained always poor, and at home in the garret lay her only daughter, not quite grown up and very delicate and weak. For a whole year she had kept her bed, and it seemed as if she could neither die nor get well. "She is going to her little sister," said the woman. "I had only the 2 children, and it was not an easy thing to support them, but the good God provided for one of them by taking her home to himself. The other was left to me, but I suppose they are not to be separated, and my sick girl will soon go to her sister in heaven." All day long the sick girl lay quietly and patiently, while her mother went out to earn money. Spring came, and early one morning the sun shone through the little window and threw his rays mildly and pleasantly over the floor of the room. Just as the mother was going to her work, the sick girl fixed her gaze on the lowest pane of the window. "Mother," she exclaimed, "what can that little green thing be that peeps in at the window? It is moving in the wind." The mother stepped to the window and half opened it. "Oh," she said, "there is actually a little pea that has taken root and is putting out its green leaves. How could it have got into this crack? Well, now, here is a little garden for you to amuse yourself with." So the bed of the sick girl was drawn nearer to the window, that she might see the budding plant, and the mother went forth to her work. "Mother, I believe I shall get well," said the sick child in the evening. "The sun has shone in here so bright and warm today, and the little pea is growing so fast, that I feel better, too, and think I shall get up and go out into the warm sunshine again." "God grant it," said the mother, but she did not believe it would be so. She took a little stick and propped up the green plant which had given her daughter such pleasure, so that it might not be broken by the winds. She tied the piece of string to the window sill and to the upper part of the frame, so that the pea tendrils might have something to twine round. And the plant shot up so fast that one could almost see it grow from day to day. "A flower is really coming," said the mother one morning. At last she was beginning to let herself hope that her little sick daughter might indeed recover. She remembered that for some time the child had spoken more cheerfully, and that during the last few days she had raised herself in bed in the morning to look with sparkling eyes at her little garden which contained but a single pea plant. A week later the invalid sat up by the open window a whole hour, feeling quite happy in the warm sunshine, while outside grew the little plant, and on it a pink pea blossom in full bloom. The little maiden bent down and gently kissed the delicate leaves. This day was like a festival to her. Our Heavenly Father Himself has planted that pea and made it grow and flourish, to bring joy to you and hope to me, my blessed child, said the happy mother, and she smiled at the flower as if it had been an angel from God. But what became of the other peas? Why, the one who flew out into the wide world and said, "Catch me if you can," fell into a gutter on the roof of a house and ended his travels in the crop of a pigeon. The two lazy ones were carried quite as far and were of some use, for they also were eaten by pigeons, but the fourth, who wanted to reach the sun, fell into a sink and lay there in the dirty water for days and weeks, till he had swelled to a great size. "I am getting beautifully fat," said the pea. "I expect I shall burst at last. No pea could do more than that, I think. I am the most remarkable of all the 5 that were in the shell." And the sink agreed with the pea. But the young girl, with sparkling eyes and the rosy hue of health upon her cheeks, stood at the open garret window and, folding her thin hands over the pea blossom, thanked God for what He had done. Buckwheat. If you should chance, after a tempest, to cross a field where buckwheat is growing, you may observe that it looks black and singed, as if a flame of fire had passed over it. And should you ask the reason, a farmer will tell you, the lightning did that. But how is it that the lightning did it? I will tell you what the sparrow told me. and the sparrow heard it from an aged willow which stood, and still stands for that matter, close to the field of buckwheat. This willow is tall and venerable, though old and crippled. Its trunk is split clear through the middle, and grass and blackberry tendrils creep out through the cleft. The tree bends forward, and its branches droop like long, green hair. In the fields around the willow grew rye, wheat, and oats, beautiful oats that, when ripe, looked like little yellow canary birds sitting on a branch. The harvest had been blessed, and the fuller the ears of grain the lower they bowed their heads in reverent humility. There was also a field of buckwheat lying just in front of the old willow. The buckwheat did not bow its head, like the rest of the grain, but stood erect in stiff-necked pride. "I am quite as rich as the oats," it said, "and, moreover, I am much more sightly. My flowers are as pretty as apple blossoms. It is a treat to look at me and my companions. Old willow, do you know anything more beautiful than we?" The willow nodded his head, as much as to say, "Indeed I do." But the buckwheat was so puffed with pride that it only said, "The stupid tree. He is so old that grass is growing out of his body." Now there came on a dreadful storm, and the flowers of the field folded their leaves or bent their heads as it passed over them. The buckwheat flower alone stood erect in all its pride. "Bow your heads, as we do," called the flowers. "There is no need for me to do that," answered the buckwheat. "Bow your head as we do," said the grain. "The angel of storms comes flying hither. He has wings that reach from the clouds to the earth. He will smite you before you have time to beg for mercy." "But I do not choose to bow down," said the buckwheat. "Close your flowers and fold your leaves," said the old willow. "Do not look at the lightning when the cloud breaks. Even human beings dare not do that, for in the midst of the lightning one may look straight into God's heaven. The sight strikes human beings blind, so dazzling is it. What would not happen to us, mere plants of the field, who are so much humbler, if we should dare do so? So much humbler. Indeed. If there is a chance, I shall look right into God's heaven." And in its pride and haughtiness it did so. The flashes of lightning were so awful that it seemed as if the whole world were in flames. When the tempest was over, both the grain and the flowers, greatly refreshed by the rain, again stood erect in the pure, quiet air. But the buckwheat had been burned as black as a cinder by the lightning and stood in the field like a dead, useless weed. The old willow waved his branches to and fro in the wind, and large drops of water fell from his green leaves, as if he were shedding tears. The sparrows asked, "Why are you weeping when all around seems blessed? Do you not smell the sweet perfume of flowers and bushes? The sun shines, and the clouds have passed from the sky. Why do you weep, old tree?" Then the willow told them of the buckwheat's stubborn pride and of the punishment which followed. "I, who tell this tale, heard it from the sparrows. They told it to me one evening when I had asked them for a story." The daisy. Now listen. Out in the country, close by the roadside, stood a pleasant house. You have seen one like it, no doubt, very often. In front lay a little fenced-in garden, full of blooming flowers. Near the hedge, in the soft green grass, grew a little daisy. The sun shone as brightly and warmly upon her as upon the large and beautiful garden flowers, so the daisy grew from hour to hour. Every morning she unfolded her little white petals, like shining rays round the little golden sun in the center of the flower. She never seemed to think that she was unseen down in the grass, or that she was only a poor, insignificant flower. She felt too happy to care for that. Merrily she turned toward the warm sun, looked up to the blue sky, and listened to the lark singing high in the air. One day the little flower was as joyful as if it had been a great holiday, although it was only Monday. All the children were at school, and while they sat on their benches learning their lessons, she, on her little stem, learned also from the warm sun and from everything around her how good God is, and it made her happy to hear the lark expressing in his song her own glad feelings. The daisy admired the happy bird who could warble so sweetly and fly so high, and she was not at all sorrowful because she could not do the same. "I can see and hear," thought she, "the sun shines upon me, and the wind kisses me. What else do I need to make me happy?" Within the garden grew a number of aristocratic flowers. The less scent they had, the more they flaunted. The peonies considered it a grand thing to be so large, and puffed themselves out to be larger than the roses. The tulips knew that they were marked with beautiful colors, and held themselves bolt upright so that they might be seen more plainly. They did not notice the little daisy outside, but she looked at them and thought, "How rich and beautiful they are. No wonder the pretty bird flies down to visit them. How glad I am that I grow so near them, that I may admire their beauty." Just at this moment the lark flew down, crying "Tweet," but he did not go to the tall peonies and tulips. He hopped into the grass near the lowly daisy. She trembled for joy and hardly knew what to think. The little bird hopped round the daisy, singing, "Oh, what sweet, soft grass, and what a lovely little flower, with gold in its heart and silver on its dress." For the yellow center in the daisy looked like gold, and the leaves around were glittering white, like silver. How happy the little daisy felt, no one can describe. The bird kissed her with his beak, sang to her, and then flew up again into the blue air above. It was at least a quarter of an hour before the daisy could recover herself. Half ashamed, yet happy in herself, she glanced at the other flowers. They must have seen the honor she had received, and would understand her delight and pleasure. But the tulips looked prouder than ever. Indeed, they were evidently quite vexed about it. The peonies were disgusted, and could they have spoken, the poor little daisy would no doubt have received a good scolding. She could see they were all out of temper, and it made her very sorry. At this moment there came into the garden a girl with a large, glittering knife in her hand. She went straight to the tulips and cut off several of them. "Oh dear," sighed the daisy, "how shocking! It is all over with them now." The girl carried the tulips away, and the daisy felt very glad to grow outside in the grass and to be only a poor little flower. When the sun set, she folded up her leaves and went to sleep. She dreamed the whole night long of the warm sun and the pretty little bird. The next morning, when she joyfully stretched out her white leaves once more to the warm air and the light, she recognized the voice of the bird, but his song sounded mournful and sad. Alas! He had good reason to be sad. He had been caught and made a prisoner in a cage that hung close by the open window. He sang of the happy time when he could fly in the air, joyous and free, of the young green corn in the fields, from which he would spring higher and higher to sing his glorious song, but now he was a prisoner in a cage. The little daisy wished very much to help him. But what could she do? In her anxiety, she forgot all the beautiful things around her, the warm sunshine, and her own pretty, shining, white leaves. Alas! She could think of nothing but the captive bird and her own inability to help him. Two boys came out of the garden. One of them carried a sharp knife in his hand, like the one with which the girl had cut the tulips. They went straight to the little daisy, who could not think what they were going to do. "We can cut out a nice piece of turf for the lark here," said one of the boys, and he began to cut a square piece round the daisy, so that she stood just in the center. "Pull up the flower," said the other boy, and the daisy trembled with fear, for to pluck her up would destroy her life, and she wished so much to live and to be taken to the captive lark in his cage. "No, let it stay where it is," said the boy, "it looks so pretty." So the daisy remained, and was put with the turf in the lark's cage. The poor bird was complaining loudly about his lost freedom, beating his wings against the iron bars of his prison. The little daisy could make no sign and utter no word to console him, as she would gladly have done. The whole morning passed in this manner. "There is no water here," said the captive lark. "They have all gone out and have forgotten to give me a drop to drink. My throat is hot and dry. I feel as if I had fire and ice within me, and the air is so heavy. Alas! I must die. I must bid farewell to the warm sunshine, the fresh green, and all the beautiful things which God has created." And then he thrust his beak into the cool turf to refresh himself a little with the fresh grass, and, as he did so, his eye fell upon the daisy. The bird nodded to her and kissed her with his beak and said, "You also will wither here, you poor little flower. They have given you to me, with the little patch of green grass on which you grow, in exchange for the whole world which was mine out there. Each little blade of grass is to me as a great tree, and each of your white leaves a flower. Alas! You only show me how much I have lost." "Oh, if I could only comfort him," thought the daisy, but she could not move a leaf. The perfume from her leaves was stronger than is usual in these flowers, and the bird noticed it, and though he was fainting with thirst, and in his pain pulled up the green blades of grass, he did not touch the flower. The evening came, and yet no one had come to bring the bird a drop of water. Then he stretched out his pretty wings and shook convulsively. He could only sing tweet, tweet, in a weak, mournful tone. His little head bent down toward the flower. The bird's heart was broken with want and pining. Then the flower could not fold her leaves as she had done the evening before when she went to sleep, but, sick and sorrowful, drooped toward the earth. Not till morning did the boys come, and when they found the bird dead, they wept many and bitter tears. They dug a pretty grave for him and adorned it with leaves of flowers. The bird's lifeless body was placed in a smart red box and was buried with great honor. poor bird! While he was alive and could sing, they forgot him and allowed him to sit in his cage and suffer want, but now that he was dead, they mourned for him with many tears and buried him in royal state. But the turf with the daisy on it was thrown out into the dusty road. No one thought of the little flower that had felt more for the poor bird than had anyone else, and that would have been so glad to help and comfort him if she had been able. The flax. The flax was in full bloom. It had pretty little blue flowers, as delicate as the wings of a moth. The sun shone on it and the showers watered it, and this was as good for the flax as it is for little children to be washed and then kissed by their mothers. They look much prettier for it, and so did the flax. People say that I look exceedingly well, said the flax, and that I am so fine and long that I shall make a beautiful piece of linen. How fortunate I am! It makes me so happy to know that something can be made of me. How the sunshine cheers me, and how sweet and refreshing is the rain. My happiness overpowers me. No one in the world can feel happier than I. Ah, yes, no doubt, said the fern, but you do not know the world yet as well as I do, for my sticks are knotty. And then it sang quite mournfully, snip, snap, snur, bassler, the song is ended. No, it is not ended, said the flax. Tomorrow the sun will shine or the rain descend. I feel that I am growing. I feel that I am in full blossom. I am the happiest of all creatures, for I may some day come to something. Well, one day some people came, who took hold of the flax and pulled it up by the roots, which was very painful. Then it was laid in water, as if it were to be drowned, and after that placed near a fire, as if it were to be roasted. All this was very shocking. We cannot expect to be happy always, said the flax. By experiencing evil as well as good we become wise. And certainly there was plenty of evil in store for the flax. It was steeped and roasted and broken and combed, indeed, it scarcely knew what was done to it. At last it was put on the spinning wheel. Whir, whir, went the wheel, so quickly that the flax could not collect its thoughts. Well, I have been very happy, it thought in the midst of its pain, and must be contented with the past. And contented it remained, till it was put on the loom and became a beautiful piece of white linen. All the flax, even to the last stalk, was used in making this one piece. Well, this is quite wonderful, said the flax. I could not have believed that I should be so favored by fortune. The fern was not wrong when it sang, snip, snap, snur, bassler. But the song is not ended yet, I am sure, it is only just beginning. How wonderful it is that, after all I have suffered, I am made something of at last. I am the luckiest person in the world, so strong and fine. And how white and long I am. This is far better than being a mere plant and bearing flowers. Then I had no attention, nor any water unless it rained, now I am watched and cared for. Every morning the maid turns me over, and I have a shower bath from the watering pot every evening. Yes, and the clergyman's wife noticed me and said I was the best piece of linen in the whole parish. I cannot be happier than I am now. After some time the linen was taken into the house, and they're cut with the scissors and torn into pieces and then pricked with needles. This certainly was not pleasant, but at last it was made into 12 garments of the kind that everybody wears. "See now, then," said the flax, "I have become something of importance. This was my destiny, it is quite a blessing. Now I shall be of some use in the world, as everyone ought to be. It is the only way to be happy. I am now divided into 12 pieces, and yet the whole dozen is all one and the same. It is most extraordinary good fortune." Years passed away, and at last the linen was so worn it could scarcely hold together. "It must end very soon," said the pieces to each other. "We would gladly have held together a little longer, but it is useless to expect impossibilities." And at length they fell into rags and tatters and thought it was all over with them, for they were torn to shreds and steeped in water and made into a pulp and dried, and they knew not what besides, till all at once they found themselves beautiful white paper. "Well, now, this is a surprise, a glorious surprise too," said the paper. "Now I am finer than ever, and who can tell what fine things I may have written upon me? This is wonderful luck." And so it was, for the most beautiful stories and poetry were written upon it, and only once was there a blot, which was remarkable good fortune. Then people heard the stories and poetry read, and it made them wiser and better, for all that was written had a good and sensible meaning, and a great blessing was contained in it. "I never imagined anything like this when I was only a little blue flower growing in the fields," said the paper. "How could I know that I should ever be the means of bringing knowledge and joy to men? I cannot understand it myself, and yet it is really so. Heaven knows that I have done nothing myself but what I was obliged to do with my weak powers for my own preservation, and yet I have been promoted from one joy and honor to another. Each time I think that the song is ended, and then something higher and better begins for me. I suppose now I shall be sent out to journey about the world, so that people may read me. It cannot be otherwise, for I have more splendid thoughts written upon me than I had pretty flowers in olden times. I am happier than ever." But the paper did not go on its travels. It was sent to the printer, and all the words written upon it were set up in type to make a book, or rather many hundreds of books, for many more persons could derive pleasure and profit from a printed book than from the written paper, and if the paper had been sent about the world, it would have been worn out before it had half finished its journey. "Yes, this is certainly the wisest plan," said the written paper. "I really did not think of this. I shall remain at home and be held in honor like some old grandfather, as I really am to all these new books. They will do some good. I could not have wandered about as they can, yet he who wrote all this has looked at me as every word flowed from his pen upon my surface. I am the most honored of all." Then the paper was tied in a bundle with other papers and thrown into a tub that stood in the wash house. "After work, it is well to rest," said the paper, "and a very good opportunity to collect one's thoughts. Now I am able, for the first time, to learn what is in me, and to know one's self is true progress. What will be done with me now, I wonder? No doubt I shall still go forward. I have always progressed hitherto, I know quite well. Now it happened one day that all the paper in the tub was taken out and laid on the hearth to be burned. People said it could not be sold at the shop to wrap up butter and sugar, because it had been written upon. The children in the house stood round the hearth to watch the blaze, for paper always flamed up so prettily, and afterwards, among the ashes, there were so many red sparks to be seen running one after the other, here and there, as quick as the wind. They called it seeing the children come out of school, and the last spark, they said, was the schoolmaster. They would often think the last spark had come, and one would cry, "There goes the schoolmaster," but the next moment another spark would appear, bright and beautiful. How they wanted to know where all the sparks went to. Perhaps they will find out someday. The whole bundle of paper had been placed on the fire and was soon burning. "Ugh!" cried the paper as it burst into a bright flame. "Ugh!" It was certainly not very pleasant to be burned. But when the whole was wrapped in flames, the sparks mounted up into the air, higher than the flax had ever been able to raise its little blue flowers, and they glistened as the white linen never could have glistened. All the written letters became quite red in a moment, and all the words and thoughts turned to fire. "Now I am mounting straight up to the sun," said a voice in the flames, and it was as if 1,000 voices echoed the words as the flames darted up through the chimney and went out at the top. Then a number of tiny beings, as many as the flowers on the flax had been, and invisible to mortal eyes, floated above the children. They were even lighter and more delicate than the blue flowers from which they were born, and as the flames died out and nothing remained of the paper but black ashes, these little beings danced upon it, and wherever they touched it, bright red sparks appeared. "The children are all out of school, and the schoolmaster was the last of all," said the children. It was good fun, and they sang over the dead ashes. Snip, snap, snur, bassler. The song is ended. But the little invisible beings said, "The song is never ended, the most beautiful is yet to come." But the children could neither hear nor understand this, nor should they, for children must not know everything. What happened to the thistle? Around a lordly old mansion was a beautiful, well-kept garden, full of all kinds of rare trees and flowers. Guests always expressed their delight and admiration at the sight of its wonders. The people from far and near used to come on Sundays and holidays and ask permission to see it. Even whole schools made excursions for the sole purpose of seeing its beauties. Near the fence that separated the garden from the meadow stood an immense thistle. It was an uncommonly large and fine thistle, with several branches spreading out just above the root, and altogether was so strong and full as to make it well worthy of the name thistle bush. No one ever noticed it, save the old donkey that pulled the milk cart for the dairymaids. He stood grazing in the meadow hard by and stretched his old neck to reach the thistle, saying, "You are beautiful. I should like to eat you." But the tether was too short to allow him to reach the thistle, so he did not eat it. There were guests at the hall, fine, aristocratic relatives from town, and among them a young lady who had come from a long distance, all the way from Scotland. She was of old and noble family and rich in golden lands, a bride well worth the winning, thought more than one young man to himself, yes, and their mothers thought so, too. The young people amused themselves on the lawn, playing croquet and flitting about among the flowers, each young girl gathering a flower to put in the buttonhole of someone of the gentlemen. The young Scotch lady looked about for a flower, but none of them seemed to please her, until, happening to glance over the fence, she espied the fine, large thistle bush, full of bluish-red, sturdy-looking flowers. She smiled as she saw it, and begged the son of the house to get one of them for her. "That is Scotland's flower," she said. "It grows and blossoms in our coat of arms. Get that one yonder for me, please." And he gathered the finest of the thistle flowers, though he pricked his fingers as much in doing so as if it had been growing on a wild rosebush. She took the flower and put it in his buttonhole, which made him feel greatly honored. Each of the other young men would gladly have given up his graceful garden flower if he might have worn the one given by the delicate hands of the Scotch girl. As keenly as the son of the house felt the honor conferred upon him, the thistle felt even more highly honored. It seemed to feel dew and sunshine going through it. "It seems I am of more consequence than I thought," it said to itself. "I ought by rights to stand inside and not outside the fence. One gets strangely placed in this world, but now I have at least one of my flowers over the fence, and not only there, but in a buttonhole." To each one of its buds as it opened, the thistle bush told this great event. And not many days had passed before it heard, not from the people who passed, nor yet from the twittering of little birds, but from the air, which gives out, far and wide, the sounds that it has treasured up from the shadiest walks of the beautiful garden and from the most secluded rooms at the Hall, where doors and windows are left open, that the young man who received the thistle flower from the hands of the Scottish maiden had received her heart and hand as well. "That is my doing," said the thistle, thinking of the flower she had given to the buttonhole. And every new flower that came was told of this wonderful event. "Surely I shall now be taken and planted in the garden," thought the thistle. "Perhaps I shall be put into a flower pot, for that is by far the most honorable position." It thought of this so long that it ended by saying to itself with the firm conviction of truth, "I shall be planted in a flower pot." It promised every little bud that came that it also should be placed in a pot and perhaps have a place in a buttonhole, that being the highest position one could aspire to. But none of them got into a flower pot, and still less into a gentleman's buttonhole. They lived on light and air, and drank sunshine in the day and dew at night. They received visits from bee and hornet, who came to look for the honey in the flower, and who took the honey and left the flower. "The good-for-nothing fellows," said the thistle bush. "I would pierce them if I could." The flowers drooped and faded, but new ones always came. "You come as if you had been sent," said the thistle bush to them. "I am expecting every moment to be taken over the fence." A couple of harmless daisies and a huge, thin plant of canary grass listened to this with the deepest respect, believing all they heard. The old donkey, that had to pull the milk cart, cast longing looks toward the blooming thistle and tried to reach it, but his tether was too short. And the thistle bush thought and thought, so much and so long, of the Scotch thistle, to whom it believed itself related, that at last it fancied it had come from Scotland and that its parents had grown into the Scottish arms. It was a great thought, but a great thistle may well have great thoughts. "Sometimes one is of noble race even if one does not know it," said the nettle growing close by. It had a kind of presentiment that it might be turned into muslin, if properly treated. The summer passed, and the autumn passed. The leaves fell from the trees. The flowers came with stronger colors and less perfume. The gardener's lad sang on the other side of the fence. Up the hill and down the hill. That's the way of the world still. The young pine trees in the wood began to feel a longing for Christmas, though Christmas was still a long way off. "Here I am still," said the thistle. "It seems that I am quite forgotten, and yet it was I who made the match. They were engaged, and now they are married. The wedding was a week ago. I do not make a single step forward, for I cannot." Some weeks passed. The thistle had its last, solitary flower, which was large and full and growing down near the root. The wind blew coldly over it, the color faded, and all its glory disappeared, leaving only the cup of the flower, now grown to be as large as the flower of an artichoke and glistening like a silvered sunflower. The young couple, who were now man and wife, came along the garden path, and as they passed near the fence, the bride, glancing over it, said, "Why, there stands the large thistle. It has no flowers now." "Yes, there is still the ghost of the last one," said her husband, pointing to the silvery remains of the last flower, a flower in itself. "How beautiful it is," she said. "We must have one carved in the frame of our picture." And once more the young man had to get over the fence, to break off the silvery cup of the thistle flower. It pricked his fingers for his pains, because he had called it a ghost. And then it was brought into the garden, and to the hall, and into the drawing room. There stood a large picture, the portraits of the two, and in the bridegroom's buttonhole was painted a thistle. They talked of it and of the flower cup they had brought in with them, the last silver shimmering thistle flower, that was to be reproduced in the carving of the frame. The air took all their words and scattered them about, far and wide. "What strange things happen to one," said the thistle bush. "My firstborn went to live in a buttonhole, my lastborn in a frame. I wonder what is to become of me." The old donkey, standing by the roadside, cast loving glances at the thistle and said, "Come to me, my sweetheart, for I cannot go to you, my tether is too short." But the thistle bush made no answer. It grew more and more thoughtful, and it thought as far ahead as Christmas, till its budding thoughts opened into flower. When one's children are safely housed, a mother is quite content to stay beyond the fence. "That is true," said the sunshine, "and you will be well placed, never fear." "In a flower pot or in a frame?" asked the thistle. "In a story," answered the sunshine. And here is the story. Dear voyagers of the ear, our tale-filled journey has gently unfurled its final chapter. Now, let your body soften into cloud-like mattresses, allow your breath to drift weightlessly into pillows as we set sail upon a thoughtless odyssey of sonic waves. Next, flowing into your senses is brainwave lullaby music. When harmonies bloom, imagine yourself descending into a velvety ocean of starlit skies, each note a sculpted whisper of melatonin. Good night. May you gather 1,000 glowing dream fireflies within the shimmering nets of pi wave frequencies.